Great, how's everybody doing? What's that? Make sure everyone's good. Yeah, right, cool. We are back. How's everyone doing? I wasn't sure I was going to stream the day. I'm just in one of those moods. I wasn't on yesterday because I went to see Spooderman. I've still got all my sweets from the cinema. Nom nom nom. Alright. Thought he was on a piano for a second there. I was like, what? Alright. Go on. When I'm not choking on a sweet. Here we are, back to Elvis. Elvis? Yeah, Elvis. The Creations Testing Facility. Spider-Man was good, that's all I'm going to say. It was good. It's good. Good. I've still got a huge tub of sweets left from the sweets. From the cinema. Right, anyway. Final. So, side quests. In the queues again. It wasn't sure if I was going to stream the day. I just felt like chilling, but at the same time, I don't want to leave this too long because it's getting riskier and riskier. Every time I open fucking YouTube, I keep seeing thumbnails and I'm just like, scroll. YouTube keeps insisting on sharing channels that have slight little clips, like couple of second clips of random things, and I'm like, don't show us this, and they keep showing us other channels that have the same sort of fucking shit, and I'm like, don't show us this. You're at the end, you could be finished today. Yeah, I think my brother finished it yesterday as well. As I came into his room after I'd been to see the pictures, just to say it was good. And he was like, yeah, get out, you don't want to see this. I love those sweets. Every time I go to the pictures, I always have to get these watermelon slice things. These sour watermelon slices. As well as like a bag full of jelly beans. Oh, it's good pull. diabetes. Alright. Labors of my fruit. This creator recognizes you, or does he? Azam? What in the blazes are you doing here? Hold on, you seem thinner somehow. You have much in common with him, but it's clear you're not one of us. A familiar, perhaps? That's right, I'm a familiar. I suppose it's just like him to send one of his minions to poke its nose into our affairs. But since you're here, instead of hanging around like a bad smell, thanks. Why don't you make yourself useful? I want you to take this latest work of mine, a new variety of fruit, to my colleagues. In the meantime, I will cultivate more specimens in the Thontic halls? Yes, you heard that correctly. Cultivating, not simply conjuring with creation magic. Hey, someone original. The fruit I produce is a labour of love. I watched Markiplier's first 2 videos for that new Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't want to see any more, because obviously I don't want to spoil too much of it, because I might play it myself in the future. But, yeah, there was quite a lot of sections where it looked like it was a bit of a broken mess, and definitely needs some polish. The AI on the enemy seemed a bit, derp! But it's a completely different type of game compared to previous FNAF games. You've got full control of someone and you're walking around this closed big pizzeria complex. It's not like the previous ones where you just sat at a desk watching the cameras. On this one you've got like a wristwatch which lets you look at the cameras, but you're like free to walk about. As you're like trying to find a way to get out of the facility is locked down for the night. Right. That's my newest masterpiece. Now that my newest masterpiece is close to completion, I would have my fellow researchers sample its delights. I wish to hear their impressions before I make the final adjustments. Unfortunately for all their wisdom, I find them intolerable at best of times. Never mind when they are critiquing my work. For that reason, I would have you go in my stead. Be quick about it, lest the fruit spoil as a result of your dawdling. I've turned the darkness down a little bit on the capture card because, I mean, it looks fine. Because I was looking at the video for the last one and it looked a bit bright in this area, so I've like turned the contrast down a bit. Hopefully it's better. Kindly observer. Are you lost, little familiar? If the pungent aroma is any indication, this fruit is likely to provide a unique, if not especially pleasant, culinary experience. And maybe a trip to the toilet afterwards with the runes. For me? Why yes, I should love to try a piece. I don't mean to be rude, but this falls somewhere between rather foul and positively revolting. It's so bitter. It's particularly inedible. Or practically inedible. More important, however, is the question of whether... Oh, actually, before I crack on, bot check. Hey, we're clear. More importantly, however, is the question of whether this fruit would serve its intended function. If wild animals cannot bring themselves to eat it, the seeds will never be spread. I can't imagine this creation being approved in its current state. Yeah, I'd like to go see Matrix next week. I'm not sure on that one. I've got to go get me jab next Wednesday, so I'll have me a booster. That guy vanished like ninja. Palm Observer. You wish to speak with me? Have some diarrhea and do some fruit. It's good. My impressions? Very well. I missed all the fun yesterday. Nanny? With what? Good gracious, what is this? Yeah, I went out to see Spider-Man with me dad. It was good. It's so outrageously bitter. Something akin to a wave of icy cold has spread throughout my entire body. I certainly wouldn't eat this out of choice, but it could be made into medicine for staving off the heat in an arid environments. Yeah, I went to the pictures to see Spider-Man before it got spoiled. Because it is everywhere on the internet now. You are the familiar who arrived with Emmett Selk and Hythlodius, yes? And what do we have here? Have some diarrhea fruit. A new species of fruit, eh? Well, let us hope it tastes better than it looks. What, you'll be the one that likes it? No, never mind. My word. What an unusual flavour. Equal parts bitter, musty and tart. And not entirely unpleasant. I am curious to know how such a thing was created. I'm really enjoying Reaper. It's one of my favourite jobs. I spent the first day of the expansion launch just levelling up. I always like to play one of the new jobs with every expansion. Grown from seed in the chthonic horns, you see. In my experience, leaving such things to nature leads to wildly varying results. To have bred such a specimen must have been incredibly time-consuming, not to mention inefficient. But these guys are all perfectionists with that. I can just create whatever I want. How dare you spend time and cultivate this abomination? I've still got a long way to go with the campaign. That's for sure. I think, anyway. One area I haven't been to yet. You are returned. -3 fruit samples, I presume. Hey Lou, how you do? Is that so? Not one of them found it to their liking. They claimed my last attempt was too sweet and now it's too bitter. Honestly, the nerve of these so-called experts. As they shall soon learn, I am not so easily deterred. For my next creation, I'll cross-pollinate sour and sweet varieties and see what they have to say about that. I'll show them it's these wildly varying results that come from adherence to natural processes that have the power to defy expectations. And as the familiar of Asm himself, I'm sure you can appreciate that. Goodbye! I don't know what level quest am I on now? 86. So am I ahead of you? I have no idea how to pronounce that name. Gwen, it's supposed to be Guinevere, but in a different way, isn't it? Gwenweaver. Gwenweaver. Wibbly blibbly. Serene Observer. I order you to relax. A rather serene observer looks at you with more than a hint of concern. A familiar, and all alone, I see. But look at how thin you are. If your remaining ether were to be exhausted, you'd simply fade from existence. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? I suggest you visit the morning dew, to find the winds blowing in from Lethe more invigorating. Perhaps while you're there, you might seek out a friend of mine and invite him to share a meal with me. If it's not too much to ask, that is. How's the volume, by the way, guys? Is everything alright? End the video. As I said, I've turned the contrast down a bit because it seemed a bit too bright on my last VOD. So I've like bumped the contrast down a bit. Looks alright for what I can see on the preview video. Hopefully the audio is not too loud because I noticed the sound. It sounded perfectly fine for me through me earphones. Ooh, speaking of. Well, I'm not using these anymore because they're knacking me eardrum. Where'd I put my actual headphones? Yeah, I'm using these now because they're less. I don't seem to irritate my eardrum as much. To the ones that are directly in my ear. There we go. Da, 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 da. So what's Lou up to? Da, 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 da. Speak with a carefree observer. Just done a trust dungeon. See if I can make it to that fate in time. I want to try and get the mount speed up. Na, 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 na. I am here to wreck the day. Am I supposed to be killing the unicorn? Ah, it's not even part of the fate. Never mind. I'm not going to get experience from it, but I can still unlock the speed boost. I think I only need to do like 1 or 2 more. I think it's only 5 fates you have to do to get the speed boost, is it? Something like that, 5 or 6. What is this? Shockmore. Just chilling in the middle of the path. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. A shorter glimpse of that after the credits. To Spider-Man. We knew that was coming because it was announced as part of the lineup to Marvel. But yeah, they showed like a glimpse of that in the credits of Spider-Man. What brings you here, oh friendly familiar? It is getting warm in here. Just put the fan on ready. Thankfully, I booked it for a 10 o'clock screening, like 10 o'clock at night. The tickets were cheaper, and there was like 5 other people in there. Me, my dad, and like 5 other people, and they were like miles away from me, so very COVID safe, thankfully. There was one lass throughout the entire thing, all he heard was all the way through the fucking film. Thankfully she was a mile away off in the corner somewhere. Keep your damn COVID to yourself. Or even if it's just a normal cold. I think I'm going to do that from now on. If I ever want to go see something, I think I'd rather book the later seats because it's cheaper, and it's cheaper for that reason. I think because it's less likely people will go with it being so late, because it didn't finish in it started at 10 and didn't finish until 10 to 1. Time for a meal, huh? Ah, yes, quite right. Thank you for reminding me. Still, a few more moments can't hurt here, surely. Jelly beans are getting stuck. I dare say you've noticed how refreshing it is to even stand in this idyllic place. The air itself is permeated with rich ether, and fine droplets from that air ease the aches from a hard day's work. Try a nice big stretch, you won't regret it. Big stretch. See what I mean?
There sure. Wind through the leaves, waterfall's soothing spray. There's nothing quite like it. In our busy day-to-day lives, it's all too easy to forget to look after ourselves. Naturally, that includes familiars. Speaking of which, I'd best get something to eat, as you so kindly came here to tell me. As you seem new to these parts, my friend, will probably be wondering whether you've lost your way. Won't put his mind at ease, would you? People are saying the queues were better prime time. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that a lot of the bigger streamers have finished the game and moved on. So that's something else I'm having to like avoid on my Twitter feed. Like some of the bigger streamers that I follow, they're like, "Oh, finished," and they'll like have screenshots of like end stuff. I'm just like, I don't want to see it. But YouTube's the worst. It's just constantly recommending fucking clips and that. I keep seeing the thumbnails. There's maintenance on Tuesday. Maybe after the maintenance they'll bring the server transfers back up. No. You had a report on the successful completion of a favour I asked of you? Very dutiful of you. Would I be correct in guessing your little jaunt has paid dividends? No need to tell me. I can see you're practically bursting with vim and vigour. Why, even I feel better just looking at you. And I've done nothing but stand here the entire time. Da, da, da. Nothing to sneeze at. There's nothing quite like a good sneeze, as Thaddeus will attest. Familiar, come to observe us observers, are you? By what are you called? Ah, my eye. Jasix, you see. 'Tis a fine name. I am Thaddeus, a researcher here at Anagos's. We are currently preparing a section of this isle for a new creation. For this, we need to expel those creatures that inhabit this said area, that they'll not interfere with our tests. The simplest way to do so is to have Amphilos sneeze. They're actually going to make that sneeze mechanic useful. The explosive noise there never fails to send nearby critters fleeing. We are just about to tend to this task, but seeing as you're here, how would you like to give it a try? Yes, please. I think I'm gonna sit and watch The Witcher tonight. I'm gonna re-watch season 1 though. It's been a while. So I'm gonna watch it from the beginning. I knew you would be keen. To look at you, 'tis plain you are an inquisitive sort of familiar. Now then, my beastkeeper colleague is already on site to the northeast of here. Seek him out and he will tell you what to do. Go, Mount, go! Run, Johnny, run!
This is the one I tried to do the other day and I nearly died, and luckily a bunch of people... yeah. Those things are hard. Oh, there's somebody already there, thank God. I'll help!
Get that. They need to fix that about that ability. Like, if you like jump back, but it like makes your character go above or lower than the level that you were originally on, the ability to fire and then leap back to the spot won't work. They need to fix that. Very annoying.
They need to move a bit further in though, like right on the edge of the fate boundary. Kaboom! Gotta unlock that. That's the new ability for level 90. Alright. Come on, how many more? Just want to get the mount speed up. Da, 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 da. Oh man, someone's already started it. Hopefully it's not going to be too done before I get there. It's only 4%. Ah shit, I've just realised. I forgot. I'm doing these side quests and I should have switched to my Dragoon. Or my Paladin. One of the two. What is going on? I think I'm going to abandon this side quest quickly and then swap to my Dragoon. Just means I've got to swap back and forth between them. My Paladin, sorry. I have to swap back and forth between them. I still want to do like Reaper for the main campaign. But side quests, I'll do me Paladin. Paladin. So there's nothing for Paladin in that, except for your job-based thing, the role quest doofdabble, yeah? There's no like Paladin story-based quest anymore. Right, anyway. Journal. Abandoned. Let's see how badly I get my butt kicked. Hopefully I can do the quests, no bother. Son of a... I really wish they would change that in an update. Make it so you can change your glamour anywhere. It's dumb. I don't know what... Did they ever give it a reason as to why they limited it so you could only change in a city-state and what have you? It's stupid! Alright. But you know I can't bother change. I was gonna change my glam just so I can fit with the environment, but screw that. Me Reaper set for that. Let's just carry on. Can't be bothered. Alright. Skip through that, we've already read it. It normally pops up with text on the screen when you're able to buy the speed up, I think. Yeah, I haven't got the option yet. I think I only need like 1 or 2 more fates. Hopefully my paladin can survive in this area while I'm running around doing these things. He's supposed to be here by now. But who might you be? I'm the fill-in. Ah, you're clearing the site in Phidias' stead. How very kind of you. Come then, let's get you on an Amphilos. Once you're securely mounted, ride it yonder and have it sneeze at the bushes. The noise will scare away whatever creatures may be hiding. Blah. Bushes? Chewy! After a mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. Watch will be a monster in this one. They're like, no, I'm not going anywhere. Rah! Little baby toadstools. Da, 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 da. The creatures came running all the way here, frightened as they looked. I dare say they'll keep away from this site for a good while. For its hard work, I shall treat the Amphilos to a spot of sunbathing. Meanwhile, you should return to Phidias. I'm certain he will have a reward for you too. Where am I going? Do. Welcome back, Jasix. Thanks to you, the site has been nicely cleared. And we can release our new creation. It's a species of ambulatory plant. Lest you wonder, well, these have been popular of late, this one dwarfs the rest. A veritable tree that can use its branches like a trent. Its hands to catch prey. It sets my heart aflutter just thinking about it. My thanks again, and if there's any other exciting tasks, I'll be certain to let you know. It's a shame I forgot to switch jobs and I've wasted like 2 side missions. Second guest. Iridium has a use for your unique charms. Oh my, aren't you adorable? Actually, there's something you might be able to help me with. A visitor from the Bureau of the Architect has arrived at Propylian to deliver a new concept. I would like you to offer her the warmest of welcomes. Normally we'd have our own familiars attend to such duties, but most of them are already entertaining other guests. There's been a rather lot lately, you see. On the other hand, this would be the perfect opportunity to show her an entirely new and, what's a nice way to put this, idiosyncratic familiar? That being new, of course. I'm sure she'd be delighted to meet you. Okay. Whatever you say, Mum. Where am I going? Damn it. I hear that you can't attune to that crystal thing at the very beginning. I'm resisting resubbing to Crunchyroll. At the minute, I'm just like watching it as a free member. Obviously, I'm like 1 episode behind each week. But every time I see like the new episode for the week, I'm like, I want to see it. But I'm resisting. Trying not to spend money as much. Especially with the 76. What's the fucking full name of it? 76? 86? What the fuck's it called again? I think it's 86. Squad 86. Something like that. Can't remember the full name. Yeah, it's just 86. Yeah, 86 and World Trigger, what I'm watching at the minute. I watched the first episode of season 2 of the entertainment arc of Demon Slayer. That was like an hour-long episode. Oh. What's going on with... Yeah, I watched the Demon Slayer one on Funimation though, because Crunchyroll seems to have it so you have to be premium to even watch the older episodes, whereas Funimation doesn't, even though they're both owned by Sony now. Previous season? Previous season. Huh. Okay, the beta version of Crunchyroll's new page design looks to have derped. because it's only showing the Mugen Train movie. Not sure, unless they've lost the license, and that's why I was able to see it on Funimation. Huh. Newest? Anyway, whatever. What a pleasant surprise. You must be one of the most staggeringly generic familiars I've ever seen. Generic? Uridum chose her representative well, it would appear. As a matter of fact, I too have an errand to ask of you, namely the delivery of these concepts. I brought them all the way from the Academia Anida. 3 aquatic fauna specimens from Words of Metron, and 1 flora sample from the Words of Halmarut. All very fascinating, as my counterparts here will soon discover. It would also be prudent to remind Uridum not to let their captivating nature distract her from making her observations. Well then, there's no time like the present. What? Crystallized concepts. As if to confirm your suspicion that crystals are at the center of every facet of existence, this pattern from which life is conjured has also been wrought of crystal. Huh. Untitled. The Mother Crystal. Why am I walking back? Hell no. Actually, is there any fates? Nope. I was going to ask Lou how long that Aether-based mission is, but last time he said they were pretty short. One of them branched on forever. Trust our guest was as enamored with you as I am. New concepts for us. Fascinating to the point of being distracting. What an odd thing to warn me about. What does all sound rather intriguing. The Academia and what always produces concepts of the most outstanding quality. I'm eager to learn what treats we have in store on this occasion. Let me see. The Word of Metron, we have what seems to be an aquatic mollusk capable of storing ether in its shell. I can only guess as to what purpose that would serve. I dare say all will become abundantly clear in due course. I'm guessing that's the turtle guy from Stormblood. I do apologise. I already find myself mesmerised by these concepts, just as our visitor predicted. For your part in bringing me these wonders, you have my thanks. Oh, there's a fate. Go, 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 go! It's already 39%. Hurry! Hurry! 42! It's not gonna happen. I've never done this fate. Every time I get near it, it's done.
Ah, there we go. It said my efforts of doing right now. I've got the speed boost. Happy diddly dear. Just gotta go buy it. There it is. Yeah, so it's like 6, 7 fates you've got to do in order to unlock them. Perfect. Right, just this and that Aether Current. I thought there was 2 Aether Current quests, but it's just 1. Oh. Looks like it's going to take a while before I fly in this area. I mean, I say that you always fly as you're leaving. I must still be going to be here a while. We'll meet again. Last brought expression is in stark contrast to the tranquil surroundings. Oh, I don't believe we've met. As much as I would like to exchange in more meaningful conversation, I'm actually in the midst of searching for something. It's my mentor who taught me practically everything I know. Now she has relinquished her role and is ready to make her final journey. Before she does, there is an important matter I must convey to her. The last concept in her care, a beautiful winged creature, has been approved for life on Ethereal. Please, will you help me look for her? There's a strong chance you will find her at Philomethe's Notos. Their most distinguishing feature is her chestnut-coloured hair tied to a single flowing lock, much like a monoceros' tail. Away! That's better. Much quicker. I never bothered with these in the previous expansions. This is the first time I've actually gotten the speed boosts. I'm guessing because our story skipped this character through Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, blah blah blah, it gave us the first speed boosts anyway. Must be the case. I'm not sure, to be honest, because it was on my previous character then and I never bothered. This one our story skipped up to Shadowbringers. And I played through Shadowbringers and now this. Because I'd already played through the game 3 times on my other character. I couldn't be bothered to do it a 4th time. You wish to speak with me? Ah, yes, I had a feeling she might say that. As I've told her, my decision has been made. But what about the winged creature? It was a success. Glad tidings, to be certain, but my work is done. This news was more than sufficient, and I thank you for it. Nothing could deter me from my chosen course, and I must join my predecessors in the hereafter. Tell Blessed to name the creature as she pleases, and that I wish her every happiness.
Now, our brief encounter has reached its end. Farewell. Yeah, like, it's weird, these guys, like, once the field have done enough, they just end their lives to go back to the live stream. Whereas they could live. As far as I can remember, they're pretty much immortal, but they choose to end their existence when the field have fulfilled their goals and they've contributed to the flourishing of Ethereal. She's not with you. Did you at least find her? She said for you to name it, she's leaving anyway. I should have known nothing would sway her. All I can do is hope she finds blessed respite in the ethereal sea, and that we may one day be reunited in another life. Until then, I will carry on her legacy, beginning with the naming of the creature she cared for so dearly. I think I shall name it after. That way she will live on through her work forever. So what did they name it? It was a beautiful winged creature. And she was Chestnut. Chestnut-haired researcher. Is that the fact that they call it? Unless you tell us. Am I right now? Repeat. Guess we'll never know. Huh, most of the other side quests, you could tell what monsters they were talking about. But that one, not sure. Chestnut is all we've got to go off. Ooh, that coat looks nice. Scarlet Morco robe of the Black Griffin. Level 86 robe, that looks very nice. Right. Touring Anagnosis. Part 1. Yep, it's a multi-one. Circus regards you with pointed interest. Welcome, friend, to Agnosis. I am Sockless, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Herbies, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are, how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purpose of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmian, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. But I've already been around. Yes. Yes. What can I do for you? Jasix is it? An overseer Circus wishes me to act as your guide. Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the overseer chose to send you to me of all people. fucking uncomfortable. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Andida. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... this grumbling's hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facility to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour of this very moment if you'd like. What? Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagosis would prove more beneficial. I'll point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed the circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Sockets. Okay, so start from the bottom, work my way up. Ah, what are you doing? Auto run. Stop! Bonjour? Oh, I've dropped a few frames. Not many, only 30, but I don't know when that happened. Charming. Oh, and who's your friend? My eye is going nuts. Azam's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Ah, don't forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behaviour of familiars. I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here has given special dispensation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Ah, but of course, if Azam might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyse. And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Jasix. Yep, bye! That guy's crazy. And I try and do a forward dash. I'm used to being on my Reaper now. Paramonos. Who do we have here? Familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I'm accompanying Jasix here on a tour around Agnostis, and at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I'd advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory. Especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I'm sure you're quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Do 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 do. How far am I through this part of the game? Part 3? 56. 56%. Hello, Charmin. Was there something... The overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grass grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main area of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Sox. Stockler! Try and keep up! Where'd she go? Lady? Does she just appear when I get off my mount? Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Yes, I'll go on foot then. Man, this place is pretty. It's sure pretty. Da, da, da. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. That's a bot. I always tell of that bots now because of their profile pictures. If I'm, again, like I said, if I'm wrong, send us a private message. So far, I've always been right. If you do the whole unban request thing. Ah, I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Agnosis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Sox. I see. What is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience, at least. I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust, cognitive and... Wait, what? Cogitative? Cogitative? Oh, thanks Google for not giving us a voice one this time. How come it works sometimes and then other times it doesn't? Let's see. Mediating? Contemplating? To develop one's... I don't know how to pronounce it! Cognitive? No, cognitive. But cognitive. Damn you, English!
Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Asm's no less. My eye won't stop. Shazam. Turian Agnoris's Part 2. Thus continues to regard you with a fiery curiosity. Jasix, how is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you could tell us more? Yes, I would very much like to know how you see the world, how everything large or small appears to your eyes. Assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must join Charmin on another tour. This time, take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. I'm interested in learning about you as well. I see. Then we should delight in teaching in each other. But where to begin? Which facility do you suggest, Overseer? Oh, any place you feel will best elicit a response from our guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, Jasix, come with me and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Agnosis. Go observe, learn. Be quick about it. You guinea pig? That's all I am to them. I'm just a guinea pig. Ah.
One second, just gotta put the electric in.
Forward.
Right. Wait. Onward, Jimmy.
We have yet to register an official name for this specimen, so we simply call it the Bird of Elvis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? That I want to fight it. That I've seen it somewhere before. You have? But we haven't even completed its evaluation, let alone register the concept with the Bureau of the Architect. Are you perhaps acquainted with the entity's creator? In any case, I'm eager to hear more of your responses. You truly are unlike any construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue our southward, shall we? I would like to hear your opinion on this next facility.
I mean, if it's just a case of it's just darting from place to place and I'm not really doing anything, hopefully this will not take too long. We can get on the next bit of story. Cutscene!
That structure over yonder houses some of our more unorthodox researchers. Rather than weave creation magics, they breed existing specimens in the hopes of begetting new strains and species. The method is imprecise, the outcomes uncertain. In my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely a means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. I mean, you guys are similar. You guys just, like, make stuff, and if you're not happy with it, pop, gone, get rid of it. Slightest thing you deem imperfect, you just wipe the slate clean and start over. Our purpose in life is to improve Ethereal. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produce flawed results. Yet, you see them, most of your people see them as flawed. Others see them as unique. Like me! I bet you that's where this is going. Because obviously they're saying they've never seen anything like me before. So they'll be like, maybe that's how we should look at these other things. Maybe someone will finally get it. Got an eyelash in my eye. I was tempted to install Minecraft the other day because it's had that big, like, cabins update. It's been years since I played Minecraft. I was tempted just to install it and mess around. What if the process created something unexpectedly incredible, beyond what you could imagine? A serendipitous discovery? I suppose it is possible. Thank you. I had thought to broaden your horizons, and here I am realizing how narrow my own view can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. Damn it, I keep trying to take a screenshot without the text. Time for a... Then again, I mean, I could still do that, can't I? I keep forgetting you can just hide the hood. Time for a spot of rest and reflection, I see. Shall we move on to the morning dew? It's favoured by many an observer for its calming tranquility. Blah 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 blah. Meow. See, no one's killed that yet. Once I've finally finished this expansion, I'm going to start like running through the achievement list. Like, the first thing I'm going to do is try and get the Chibos for the game itself, and then try and do like the in-game ones. First thing I'm going to do is start like leveling me crafting jobs finally. Welcome to our Garden of Respite. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more of what you think. Of people, of us. I've often sat here musing upon the nature of our creations, and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creators. We're not so different. Perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let's set aside such musings for a moment, and bask in the morning dew's serenity. Oh, do not open that with that. I nearly made the mistake. Don't open any items while I'm on the paladin. I can't open that. That's not now locked to my paladin, is it? Because I received it with the paladin. That's good. It's all good. Familiar food. Charmian prepares to launch into another lecture on life on Anagnosis. Are you well rested, Jasix? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and body time to recuperate. Here on Anagnosis, we often encourage one another to nap or partake of some of the fruits we grow. We could conjure such treats into existence, of course, but there's something oddly gratifying about plucking ripened fruits fresh from the tree. Oh, how remiss of me. How exactly do you sustain yourself? Is Asm supplying you with ether? No, but you'll fade away without proper nourishment. The tour can wait. We must feed you immediately. Would you mind picking some of the white blooms to the west of here and bringing them to Overseer Circus? Archestratus? We call them. I'll have everything else ready by the time you arrive. You gonna make us eat flowers? In fact, is the bike, like, now that I'm getting the speed boost, I know the bike's faster by default, even without the speed boost, but does it stack? So the bike would be even faster? Doesn't seem like it. Nah, it seems exactly the same. Itchy! Itchy! La 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 la. Flowers for me. I love tunes like this in this game. The relaxing piano stuff in Final is always spot on. Da, da, da. Charmin explained to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? This bloom appears to be edible despite not being a lifelike, sugar-laden confectionery. Yes, these are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits on Jermain's basket, and we'll soon have an ether replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. Tis the work of but a moment. Right? What'd he say? And here we are. Freshly squeezed Agnos juice medley. Go on then, drink up. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. Made from Elvis-grown fruit and flowers, the aroma of this ether-rich concoction promises a uniquely complex flavour. Bottoms up. You drink the juice, noting the complexities of the floral and fruity flavours. Good. It seems you're able to tolerate liquid sustenance. You didn't appear to be suffering from any loss of material form, but a familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmian? She still looks terribly concerned. I'm so glad you were able to replenish your stores of ether. Overseer Circlet certainly is a wonder when it comes to food preparation. Still, I firmly believe that the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Eating for enjoyment alone is an unnecessary drain on living resources, and such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. Tell our world that. Which is why I have so much respect for Overseer Sophlis and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which can not only optimize a dish's ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. Save your compliments, Charmian. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not. And I would never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. Exchange of knowledge is quite mutual, I assure you. Familiar fate. Charmian has one last question to ask you. Jasix, I feel we've grown to understand each other. But there is one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on this star, and we have each our own way of approaching that purpose. Familiars too exist for a reason, often a very specific one, and I wonder what you feel your place in the grand scheme of things, or what you feel about. Charming, perhaps you can provide our friend with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must not skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears and choose our path as our interests and talents begin to crystallize. Even among the observers of Anagnosis, however, Overseer Circlus and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show you what I mean. Please, accompany me to the archives in the northwest. Never a dull moment with Charmaine, is there? Still, her boundless enthusiasm is what makes her such a fine observer. This is where we keep all the administrative records.
What? Here? On that tiny little bookshelf? Yes, must be some fancy books. What is this trickery?
Any of these documents will help you give you an idea of what we consider to be our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. These books appear to contain detailed observation logs. The name Circulus is written on each of the spines. Wow, very informative. A stack of half-finished observation logs. Judging by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Circulus. Observation log 6124. You pick up the log and flip to a random page. Today there was an incident involving a hippocampus. The creature is extremely territorial and 4 observers sustained light to severe injuries from water-based magics as a result of their perceived intrusion into its domain. The report has been sent to the words of La Habrea, outlining the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, and the intent to shift our focus to the smaller and considerably less aggressive hippie. Okay. Ah, Jasix. Did you find the observation logs enlightening? Overseer Circulus has built up quite a library, hasn't he? He logged comprehensive observations on every living being in Anagnosis. Not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. That's why I'm here, to carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. When it comes to the continued success of Agnosis, our purpose are very much aligned. I cannot help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, that I am unfit for the task I have chosen. Even being in the same room as those logs is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidations which surround my own. An uncertainty you need not feel. Overseer Circulus. As one of our newest arrivals, you have ever been quick to doubt yourself. Yet you were able to guide Jasix here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depths of your understanding. If all I wanted was someone to emulate my work, why, I would simply continue doing it myself. No, the reason I ask you to assume my role is because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a competent successor is the final step of my purpose in life. Do me proud, Chairman. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the Star. I will do my best, Overseer. But don't be in too much of a rush to leave us. There are still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you, Jasix, for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for your part you've played in training my young colleague. You're welcome to return whenever you wish.
I really can't wait for this album to drop. I've got every single one so far on iTunes. I'd love to like buy all the physical ones when there's like a sale. Because I used to buy all my music off Google Play, and then Google Play did a big change where they shuffled everything over to YouTube, and it is awful. Basically what they did was they made you upload all your purchases from the Google Play Store to the YouTube music system. And yeah, they're just sat there, and the way it's uploaded them, there's no arrangement to them. Like if you sort them by album, the tracks that are supposed to be all part of one album are split into like 4 or 5 different versions of the same album, and it's an absolute mess. And they don't seem interested in fixing it. And Apple don't particularly support that music on Windows. They do, but they don't at the same time. They're always trying to brush it aside. Like you can install the iTunes player on your PC, but again, they're always trying to brush that aside and ignore it. But you can buy your tracks through that software on your PC. Like I said, I've bought every Final 14 album on there. Because it's cheaper than the physical copies, but if there was ever a sale on the physical copies, I'd love to get my hands on. I've actually finished with that quest line. That's weird. It didn't give us like a big, like, multi-choice quest reward. Oh well. Back to the story. I think that's the end anyway. No, that's the end here for now. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, most of all. Yeah, Emmett previously taught one of the creatures that they were going to destroy because they thought it was a failure. And Emmett taught it to fly because all of its counterparts were able to fly and it wasn't. So they thought it was a failure. But everyone convinced Emmett to teach it to fly so that they wouldn't get rid of it. And then while he was teaching that, Hythlodius told her that Emmett was basically the best magics creator he's ever seen. And that himself isn't able to weave magics. He can simply just see ether. Whereas Emmett can create anything he wants at the snap of a finger. Thus, Shadowbringers when he recreated Amarot. Aether to Aether. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Tell me, Jasix, in the course of watching you, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you see? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycanon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycanon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. My people need me! Hooray! They all dead. A fearsome beast, this Lycan. Lycion? Lycion. I'm just gonna keep saying Lycan. But where is it now? The occupant is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycan. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. The Lycan was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Mitselk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycan did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Jasix. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge.
Repeat.
Da, 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 da. Hopefully that's better. Da, 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 da.
There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Meteon is now accompany you. Keep her at your side. Blah 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 blah. She said it was a long blonde hair, didn't she? Yeah, long blonde hair. She thinks. Blonde-haired man. And by the fact that somebody's standing next to it, this is our dude. Doros. That's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycans, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields, in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Isis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that Lycans slaughtered occupiers. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycans would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Lycaons? Lycans? Lycaons? I'm just going to keep saying Lycans. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? An outlier out there? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behaviour was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to ease or erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. quite impressive. And potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Passerot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits. And to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, I should say. But it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. That looks better. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet, insignificant thought, though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycans have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing is being overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emixel may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. We have a duty to the star, this I know. But it does not mean we don't also have a responsibility for the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. A sentimental gift. You needn't be any enthelicy to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time Meteor, are you feeling unwell? Yeah, I'm gonna adjust something. Looks better. Right, anyway. It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Jasix. Lord though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I am in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Jasix? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations of Elvis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. That we feel, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. Oh, we're gonna go get a Elvis. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Vibrant purple flowers, bigger than your hand, adorn the tree. That looks like a bush, not a tree. Big bush. So think about the jelly beans that keep sticking in my teeth. Ah, so big and bright. I love them, but they may be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. So stop in the tree. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Flower bed.
Pretty flowers. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colours forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other places should be fine though. Let's keep looking. That's not the sort of plant we'll want to be interacting with. Familiar plant. Never actually see. That's the thing with like some of the monsters that you can't get like an up close look to most of them because obviously if you get too close they just start attacking you, so you can't like get a more still look at them. I've never noticed that that's got teeth inside of its mouth there. Set on a tall thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion? A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Jasix, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. You're gonna make we'll go a full lap around this place, aren't you? I guess we're gonna have a look at this in a minute, because it doesn't have a name above its head and it's not packing. Yeah. She's gonna spot it from here and be like, ooh, that looks cool. You spy nothing promising nearby, at best common looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Jasix, something big, huge. Oh, this isn't gonna go well. I'm gonna have to kill this, aren't I? To protect Meteon. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Jasix? Would he like it? No. No. It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Jasix, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something after that, I promise. Chicken. Look at all those chickens. Lush field. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? Like I said, it's just gonna make me do a full lap of the damn place. I knew it. Elvis. It's going to be voiced. Nope. Oh, Elvis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're enteleckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. Turn dark, you see? Like the one that rotted away in me hands. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I see. Hermes has felt the same, a shortness of breath, the walls closer and closer. But only him, no one else feels it. Yeah, because everyone else is like, this thing's a bad creation. Be gone! Start again! Whereas he cares for everything, and the more people keep wiping things from existence in front of his face, the more saddened he's becoming. Is he going to be the source? Please, Jasix, won't you lend them to me? Your doubt and anxiety? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Leave it to me, I'll get depressed. No bother, right in front of him. Surely he'll do it. Thank you, Jasix. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. This isn't gonna go well, is it? They're not gonna go well, or you'll be like, finally I'm not the only one. Only two ways it can go. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished. Waiting.
Hermes!
Now that I've remembered I can actually hide the hood during cutscenes as well, it helps.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
I still need to make thumbnails for my previous two VODs. I just couldn't be bothered to pack yesterday. In a very meh mood.
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Come watch me get sad. Isn't it amazing?
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
I hope I'm not going to be the start of it all. Why am I getting the feeling that that may be the case? But then, I mean, Van Daniel said I couldn't change anything. But, I mean, again, because he says that, it doesn't mean that I'm destined to do that anyway, you know what I mean? Like, it's part of the events that have already happened. Me going there has already happened. So it's, you know, timey-wimey loop. They're not black.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too.
Ah, shit.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Huh?
May we talk a moment?
Is he supposed to look familiar? Normally I'm very good at remembering things with this game, but I'm looking at him, I'm like... Because obviously we know it's not the Van Daniel that we know. Because our Van Daniel was Armin. Again, it's Hermes. Sorry. No, yeah, Van Daniel. Yes, Van Daniel. Yeah. Hawaii! Pretty! Hedgehog! Screenshot like crazy! I think they put that out!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one.
Yeah, that's the problem with these guys. They're all full of themselves as these creators. If it's not perfect to what they want, just erase it and start over until they get what they deem the perfect specimen.
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread.
Now you're probably the most sane person here, or unique person here. The only one that really cares about everything and wants to give everything a fair chance. Not just the slightest sign of imperfection, just snap your fingers and return it to the ether. He's like, no. Check every possible means to make sure it can or can't be redeemed.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh, I could tell you all about suffering. Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Meteor in the back, just amazed by the fireflies.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Ethereal. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Did he create the dragons? Or Omega?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Or one of his creations going to bring something back that's going to be the true cause of the final days.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Mityon. Let us head back.
Alright!
Alright! You map it! Oh. What was that about? Can she sense our sisters out there? Oh, was she just looking up at this now? Because she stopped and then looked back. Ooh, dude, what was that about? Ah, more side quest. God dang it! Second, I get the slightest little bit of story done, and it's like, here's a million more quests. Stick that in your tailpipe. Definitely seems that it might just be me, but it feels like there's a lot more side quests in this one compared to like Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Might just be me. Well then, I guess I'll get on with this. No, 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 blah 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 blah. So many fascinating creations frolicking about, yet here I have already spotted you before in the past. La 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 la. Unresolved mysteries. The outer limits. Herax would ask you a question with absolutely no ulterior motive whatsoever. Aha, you are Asm's familiar, are you not? I pose to you a question. Imagine an object you truly desire lies before you. What do you do? Shout, need! Hey, lullaby. I see. As we mentioned, you do show a glimmer of intelligence. Avarice is a mark of sentience, you know. Speaking of which, my pot of nectar has recently gone missing, along with the nymphi I was observing. Welcome as this confirmation of their intelligence is, they aren't meant to eat all of that at once. Of course, should I pursue them, they will like as not hide for fear of reprisal, while they devour the lot. However, they may respond if a fellow familiar expresses his doubt that so much nectar truly belongs to them, if you take my meaning.
Side quests just keep coming, and they just keep coming. And I'm nowhere near done with this place, am I? There's still like all of up here to do. It looks like there's going to be a lot of side quests in this area. Ah, right, one of them. Emote. Doubt. Bad. The nymph waddles away, looking rather pleased with itself. Hey, I stole honey. Catch me if you can. The little rascals. Waddles away, but not before you catch a strong whiff of nectar. Alright, where's the last one? Ah, there it is. Oh, I left it. I left it. I just left. Screw it. Rhymes up the wall. OCD. It's weird why that come here. I can't do it here either. Actually, maybe. No, I can. Character. Okay. Blending in. What's everybody up to? Right. I'm hungry. I'm not starving, but I can eat. Right, the last one was off the cliff here, wasn't it? Leveling your gatherers. You're finally in game. Ah, there it is. There's a bad monkey. Bad. The nymph squeals in a presumably disgruntled fashion and waddles away. Well, that didn't work. I mean, they fixed the queues. Quantum's been in queue all day. It only seems fixed for you because you're on a server that dead our time.
I bet if I was to log out now and try log in, I'd have a massive queue. You've returned. Where are my nymphi? Beavers. What in the world are you talking about? Come now, tell me what you saw. Spare no detail. I'm a professional. Strange. Brown-furred creatures that waddled? Mind if I were bright and winged and... Oh no. No, that's absurd. Tell no one of this. Some things are better off lost. Oh wow, so he's just let that creation get away? You saw nothing. So we know how they came into existence. It was an accident. Background research. The Isle designer believes that a little learning is a dangerous thing, but perhaps not for the commonly accepted reasons. Fortified enclosures. That would be dreadfully dull for all involved. Oh, if only there was someone who... Aha! You have impeccable timing, my friend. I'm in need of a bit of assistance, you see. Do you even have any money? If you insist. I assure you that I do. Now listen. We've been asked to design a new island for the purpose of containing and monitoring poisonous specimens. Alas, we know little of such concepts. At last I attempted a bit of research. I woke up 3 days later with far too much information about Griff. You, however, have the look of a familiar that could not possibly care less about this subject. Thus do I require your services. You only ask the researchers at Anagarsis for a brief introduction to poisonous creatures and steadfastly ignore any nagging curiosity in favour of reporting back here. What? Oh, you're gonna make us go all the way back there? Alright. The quintessential example of a poisonous specimen is the Marble. Marquis, of course. Never was their creation so foul, so pungent, hence the name. Indeed, the concept has lately been adjusted to prevent any further accidents. But the Marquis on the other... the Marquis. It blinds the eyes and paralyzes the body, even as the mind desires nothing so much as to vomit continuously to purge its stench. Why did they ever make that thing? Uh-huh. Why indeed? You are soliciting ideas for an Isle of Poisonous Concepts? In that case, you might ask after the new cultivar from Thonic Horns. I am told it bears poison fruit. Poisonous creatures. Why, there's one right here. As you can see, its skin is translucent. The body within is, shall we say, squishy. Fortunately for it, those beautiful sleeve-like appendages conceal countless minute stinging darts. Most other creatures cannot so much as touch it, let alone devour it. It would be fascinating to see how it fares against non-aquatic concepts. Perhaps it could even fly. Should a light enough gas be incorporated into the membrane. Okie dokie, artichoke. I've now switched to my paladin for the side quests. Still using Reaper for the main story, but side quests I'm using my paladin because me Reaper's now max level. Don't want to waste the XP. There you are. I had begun to worry it'd become mad in the mini-chain. Three notes. Enough to say our options. Yet not so many as to lead us into the weeds. Well done. My, this Marquis is fascinating, isn't it? How might one contain such a specimen, that it not befoul its environs beyond repair? I simply must know. Excuse us, we are off to see a man about the Amaro. Blah 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 blah. Every rose. Chloris appears to be hard at work. Oh well. Everyone certainly seems content to allow their familiars to wander about unattended of late. I must say it's becoming something of a distraction. I've been attempting to prune this bush for ages. Who's responsible for you? Azam. Now what you gotta say? Azam, you say? In that case, I suppose some degree of independence is to be expected. I take it you're the resilient sort as well? You name it, I've been punched by it. That's wonderful to hear. Thanks. The acantha population around the Wonders is in need of culling, you see. The appropriate number of specimens have been moved to the Hungering Gardens. It's a far more suitable habitat. But the remainder need to be cut down ere they harm the local environment. You can attract one by tossing this nectar water to the wind. Beacon to the northeast should be a suitably breezy location, if memory serves. Mound. Judging by the breeze, this must be the location Chloris mentioned. Scattering the nectar water here ought to attract an acantha or two. The floral water is both fragrant and tasty, not that you would know. What? Okay, do I not have to target that? Oh, okay. Normally I have to target them. A sweet scent fills the air. Hello. Oh, it's been a while since I've been on my paladin. Ah, the scent of nectar, water, and fresh cut vines. You did as I asked. 'Tis much appreciated. They can't grow and propagate quickly, too quickly as I have learned. Their short life cycle makes them an excellent source of fertilizer in woodland areas. I had hoped this factor would be enough to keep their population in check. It appears that without natural predators they proliferate so fast as to smother the local flora. Moving them to the garden will do for the moment, but I must find the means to make them less invasive as a species, lest they be deemed unsuited to this world. I couldn't bear to see that happen to my darlings. Oh, did I neglect to mention that I'm the creator of the Acantha concept? A great many of those who research the creation of Elvis submit our own concepts from time to time, you know. It would be wasteful not to put the knowledge we gain from our observations to use. Just as it would be wasteful to allow my darlings to be sent to Leth. I will make this concept work, I promise you that. Okay. Deagle. Mount researcher. Coming to grips. Coming to grips with it. The Mount researcher requires some assistance in testing the Griff's capabilities. Where did you come from? Get back, quickly. How odd. Generally speaking, this Griff would sooner gore you than look at you. Did your creator imbue you with a special talent for soothing savage beasts, perchance? Curious indeed. I dare say this calls for further experimentation. I don't suppose you'd be willing to attempt a flight on its back. I hope that the Griffs will find use as a mount, you see. But its aggression towards familiar faces has precluded any real trials thus far. Please consider it. You're willing to ride the Griff? Splendid. We can begin immediately, assuming you have your preferred riding trousers on. I got my brown pants on. Yeah, it just introduces the raid. I think. If I remember correctly.
Are you, or is that later? I can't remember when the raid's coming. Oh, hang on. Da, da, da. One second, just quickly check something. Da, da, da. Right. Are you and your trousers ready to ride the grips? Oh. Somebody's had a rename. You put a gap. Is that because of me? How's it going? Whee! Just going for a quiet ride. The both of you have a wonderful relaxing ride posture. Want to see you a little tour of Elpis? Hey, but uncover some of the map. I bet he doesn't though. No, it's not going to go anywhere near these places, is it? Boo! Like the light circle that the other one's creating as it's flapping its wings. Oh, okay. Yeah, we did cover it. Thanks. Can we land there? Oh god, camera. Nefer's beauty is ever striking. Note the blossoms, which change according to Elpis' seasons, and ethereal balance. A true masterwork. The Griffs seem quite content. Result of the flower's sweet perfume and your masterful handling, no doubt. Thank God for me little NPC box. Pretty. You can describe that beacon there? These beacons are crucial to our operations here in Elpis and make convenient lodestars for lying specimens under observation. Successful concepts sight them from a distance and can approach without hesitation. The Griff has passed that test with flying colours, so let us return to solid ground. An elegant landing, another mark in favour of the Griff's utility as a mount. I've noticed every time there's been some sort of mount mention in this part of the game, it's always been like mounts that you get from like either the collector's edition or the online shop. Apart from that one there. You get the bright orange version of that one from the shop. The Grafe, that's from the Heavensward Collector's Edition. And Emmett rode on the Shadowbringer's Collector's Edition mount. I believe I have the data I need. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure you are curious as to what today's trial means for our friend here. If you like, we can speak further back at the Wonders. What? What the hell happened there? Fucking game, why, what? Why did my guy just like strut slightly and then it went to black screen? What the hell happened there? That was different. Damn it, I keep instinctively trying to do the Reaper dash, but I'm on my Paladin at the minute. Getting that sweet experience. Even though I've done quite a few quests with my Paladin here, and the experience bar's barely budged. The whole singing's not giving us a whole lot of experience here. But it's better than nought. Welcome back. You'd be pleased to know that based on these results, I'm confident the Griff can be trained to become the perfect mount. It scorns unfamiliar or clumsy hands, yes, but so long as it trusts its rider, it serves him incomparably. Given Hermes' own expertise, flying creatures are always subject to immense scrutiny before approval. Even so, I have no doubt that our proud friend will pass past muster. Alchemy. Wonderful. Despite appearances, Alchemy has a lot on her mind. Don't want to stare at me Chocobo's arse while I'm speaking to someone. Always gets in the way. Ah, aren't you just adorable? What? Yes, you are. Fuck. Hello! Hello, lady! That's what I love about familiars. So whimsical. I have a task that is perfectly suited for one such as yourself. I would like you to inspect the flower beds north of here. I suspect they will have accumulated some ethereal masses. Should you find any, please... God damn, she got me speaking like that now. Please bring them to me. Do look carefully now. If I needed someone to wander off with the task half finished, I would have asked one of the other researchers. Don't worry, lady. I'll do it. I'll be back in a wiki. Ooh, elemental. Ethereal mass. Okay, why is the option to... An ethereal mass floats over the flower bed, ripe for the picking. Probably. What? Picking. I'm just gonna steal its crystal. Get it! Coagulated ether found floating near the 12 Wonders. Is the video and everything alright, guys? All good? Though you examine the flower bed closely, there are no ethereal masses to be found. Looks like there's no... Oh, wait, there is. There it is. I see it. An ethereal mass floats over the flower bed, ripe for the picking. Blah, blah, blah. That was easy. That's what I like. Nice and straightforward. Meow. Batcat. Did you scrutinize every corner of the bed? Yes, I did, Whitey. I bought you some ethereal mass. As I suspected, masses of earthen aspect. The Gardens of the 12 Wonders reflect the balance of dynamic and stagnant ether of all 6 aspects. An excess of activity in a single aspect leads to this type of agglomeration. It is these flowers' way of bearing fruit, so to speak. Beautiful as they may sound, ethereal masses indicate that we must adjust the ethereal balance in Elpis to maintain an ideal environment. There's no for you to worry your dear little head about, of course. Such magic is as simple as breathing for us. Run along now. Right, 2 to go. Hopefully that current one isn't very long. But I get the feeling it will be, because Batcat. Batcat. Grillos. Beg pardon? Grillos is cursing up a storm. Crows take that little sod. Where's it gone? Oh, I was unaware we had a visitor. Pardon my language. I should hate to give a poor impression of Elpis with my unprofessional behaviour. Alas, I'm quite at my wit's end with this new cultivar. You are fortunate not to have overheard worse. Its restorative properties are superlative. Superlative? Superlative? That much is true. Yet what possessed its creator to give it such nimble little legs I shall never understand. I really must impress upon those fools at the word of Hammerat that not everything need be ambulatory. I have tried leashing it, fencing it in, staring at it with all my might, each to no avail. Its resourcefulness is far beyond that what one could, and I dare say should, wish of any vegetable. Is this going to be the flying cabbage beastman dudes? I'm forgetting their names. The Cabbage Patch. Given that it shows such signs of sentience, however, perhaps it is possible for another intelligent creation to commune with it. Are you willing to make the attempt? When it embarks upon its most recent bid for freedom, I sent my assistant after it. His own legs have grown quite powerful by this point, so with any luck you will find them not too far to the west. Nelly. Be with you in a minute, Hermes. Just doing me questies. Oh. Mandragora. Not what I was expecting. Never mind. I should have thought of that.
Jura sent you to commune with the Mandragora? Best of luck. Fuck you looking at, you fucking twat. I'll fucking have you fucking around you. The Mandragora emits a screech not unlike the sound of a Magitech airship's hull rendering in twain, but it is unclear what it is meant to convey. Did that help? That thing's got a foul mouth on it, sir. You should erase it. So even its fellow creations cannot understand it. What a pity. Granted, I did suspect its vocal organs was unique. Aha. If you took the same form, that may be less of an obstacle. Excuse me? Though I'm admittedly unaversed to the original design specifications, I should have little difficulty transforming you into its mirror. Shall we have a go at now? Don't nod. Wonderful. Now stand still. In order to proceed further, you blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm a bud. Yeah. the waddle. Waddle, 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 waddle. Adventure! Away! Fuck this, I'm out! Mine. Barrier. If anything, you understand even less than you did before. How was that? One moment, please. Oh, I'm me again. Pardon me. I had not the slightest idea what you were saying. Would you mind repeating that? Didn't work. Foiled again. Nevertheless, we've gained valuable data. I am not your plaything. Fucking let me go. I'm out. Alas, please inform Grillos that it may be some time before I return. And like that, he's gone. So the next quest involves Batcat. Batcat! Did you locate the Mandragora? Seemingly incapable of comprehensible communication, is it? Perhaps its degree of intelligence bears further scrutiny. Of course, if upon further observation it is deemed sentient, it will be subject to even greater scrutiny to ensure that it can be safely set loose. To understand each creation in all its aspects and conclusively prove it beneficial or detrimental to the star, such as our duty and burden as researchers. At least we can say with certainty that its legs work. That thing can run. Meow. That one's huge. Are the ones in Heavensward smaller? And then again, I know there's. I'm probably thinking of the minion version though. The ones that are actually out in the wild in Heavensward probably are that same size. Just seem like its wings are a lot bigger. You and the Elorus. At Hippothe's side is a familiar creature. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept.
Very familiar with the familiar which you are familiar with. Yes, very familiar. Indeed, I am familiar. Ah, just my little joke, Jasix, was it? I am Hippothe. Mew mew. Yes, we're getting to that. Jasix, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Elorus. The Elori are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in the environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. We do our best to observe all of our creations. Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Elorus under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This morning we were testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Mew mew! Follow the Elorus and try not to fall behind. Mew! Mew mew mew! Meow meow meow! Follow Batcat. Or Catbat. Does anyone know how many parts this one is? This quest? So obviously the Aether Currents tend to be multi-part. Some of them anyway. Aw, man, Batcat, wait for me! Ooh! Oh. Does that one look more blue than the other ones, or is it just me? That one's definitely more blue. I want that one. Give it. Oh, I want that one. That one's a very shiny blue. Meow. The Elorus alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down, and looks at you expectantly. That's fine, I'll go do it. But I don't want to kill the blue one, I want that griffin. That one looks so much better. I want that. I want it. Give it. You seem to hurt our presence. Kill the tree! Save the griff! Stop, Griff. Join me. Be my mount. Let me ride you. I just wanted to ride you. Now you're dead. Oh, that man's gone. Myth. Whatever the hell it did. Oh, that's it? Okay. I guess there's going to be a multi-part. Sometimes you get one that's just single. Go away. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? Griffin in a tree had a scrap. Cat did great. As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures. The both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too. But it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Elori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Thing or muse? Hippothea wishes to conduct another test of the Elori's capacity and yours. I'm so pleased that you are willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you have noted this Elori's response to stimuli. However, the Elori have one more very special capability. Aren't you curious? You'll be pleased to know that I have dispatched one additional Eloris to fly about the 12 wonders. Then, if she is working as designed, the phenomenon should be clearly observable. I expect that you will be able to collect evidence for it from my fellow researchers, say Oloris, Decalion, and Chloris. You present your conclusions to me when you've finished. What? I didn't accidentally use an item before with my paladin, did I? Hope I didn't. Obviously the gearboxes that I'm getting that for me Reaper. Ah, it's a big deal, I can just get one off the marking board. I would advise you to keep your head down. I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me so badly I accidentally created a winged fish. Of all things, which itself escaped to the skies ere I knew it. Though, now that I have a moment to reflect on its speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not wasted upon aquatic creatures, as I believed. Surely such a boon would give them heretofore unknown capacity to evade predation. The recent fashion for flying concepts may have something to do to it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of the Architect next I'm in Amarot. I doubt anyone has registered a winged fish yet. A tiny winged creature. Do you refer to the Hippotheus familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must put brush to parchment before I forget what I'm meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I have been labouring over treaties on aquatic flora, you see. These guys are very obsessed with aquatic things in this area at the minute. Yet, rereading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. Dare say even a Halmert shall be impressed by my insight. Yeah. Whatever you say, mate. Hey, there it is. Aloris, behind you. Look out! Isn't this the most darling familiar you've ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, its charming little bill, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. It makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up, does it not? What? Ah, that thing's cute. Let's eat it. I dare not, of course. No wonder you're stuck in here reading books. Don't go outside. It's not for you. I dare not, of course. Right, I dare not, of course. Whoever it belonged to would be quite cross indeed. Yet even to gaze upon it stalks within me a creative passion like the likes of which I've never known. Meow. Okay, I'm out. Alas, my muse. Perhaps I need create my own familiar of surpassing cuteness after all. I see you've spoken to everyone. What are your findings? You got some crazy friends. Exactly right. They'll alright bless those they meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. With clarity and thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. And what could possibly quell inner turmoil so well as a lovable creature like this? If you met it in our time, you'd hate it. Meow meow meow. And it's gone. It seems Judy calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Aloris concept will be approved in no time. I'm truly fortunate to have such a wonderful familiars to work with, yourself included, of course. I'm free! Snappity snap. That's the gloves I'm missing. And the headpiece. Right. Next bit of story. Okay. Were you able to get some rest? Please, do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. It's not you guys doing it, it's everyone else. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Jasix. I will help. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Verdict and execution. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hythlodius are aware, we've reached a verdict regarding the fate of Lycant. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. Lycans would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starved and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Yeah, when everything kicked off, even these restricted creatures broke free and became twisted as well, didn't they? Athletus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing lichens have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main isle. Is something gonna go wrong here? Oh, whoa. That's a lot of dead things. Holy crap, they're huge. Oh. It's one of them. Are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied even more than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Jasix handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk. Unneeded though it is. Meteon, you're to stay here with Doros. But Hermes? The lichens must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Oh, music got serious. Never mind my wounds, they are easily healed. It's the lights which concern me. Stay with Hermes, Jasix. He will need someone when the time comes. Serious music. Lurk, lurk, lurk. Ah, I'm almost out of watermelon wedges. Man. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present.
But if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You'll approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycan's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Let us begin. A few moments is all I require. Just make sure that you command its attention. That was easy. Never mind. Never mind, that was easy. Then again, I am max level now.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, Do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Why is this all auto text? Every single. I mean, it's voiced, but yeah, this whole scene was auto text. Or I haven't like turned it on. I'm not sure how you turn it off with a controller. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. You weren't injured, were you? Good, good. Fucking chokerboard, pain in the arse. The other lichens have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Ah, you'll find out, buddy. You'll find out. Oh, that's not right. Son of a... See, this is why I hear that you can't just apply a glam plate anywhere. Because now I look like a total div. And if I want to change it, I've got to go away. Back in a second. Pulls us out the story when I've got to go away and do this. Bing, 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 right. No side quests. No side quests. Oh, I should throw some at us once I've done this, accepted this quest. I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it's within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine fan, Daniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. Travelers at the Crossroads. Hythlodaeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to go now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I would be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with a convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Jasix? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Agnosis. A whole new world. What's everybody doing? Bird? Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here we follow the path northwest to Notonius. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travellers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission. Hey, it's like Final 11. Teleports. Oh. Which I have previously been granted. You only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Like 11 when you had to have like people run you through areas to get to a major location, and then you could have white mages teleport you. Because only the white mage could teleport. So you'd pay people like 10, 20 gil and they teleport you around. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. It is poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, receiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are. Notice, The teleporter will take us to Calamelius Zephyrus, the Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. You think that with this being a testing facility, like, the environment would actually change? Like, maybe this next place will be not green? No, it's green, never mind. It's like a testing facility about different creatures and that, so... You think there'd be like a winter island.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
What a name. Just rolls off the tongue. Calamelios Zephyros. Zephyros. Uh-oh.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Look at that big sweet corn.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
It's Nick the Crystal. Oh,
And what, pray tell, is that?
that's a big sharky boy.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Dinner. Oh, is that her? Oh.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
Vanar.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh, damn. I knew it. I was pondering on this the other night. That's why we're tied to Heidel.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
He's a grumpy boy.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
God, we've got to meet him eventually.
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
I was watching Core play a little bit of this, like just the start part of this area, and when they mentioned Azim, because Core, he's changed his character from his male Hume to a female Vieira recently, and when they mentioned Azim, for him, they mentioned him as a her. And obviously for me, since I'm a male Hume, we mention him as a him.
Oh, you know I am.
So the Azim that these guys are likened to changes depending on what gender you are.
Now then, you are?
Highland, my queen! She knows, doesn't she?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Damn! These guys are gonna be like, what?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
And that's how we'll get the blessing.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
The blessing of light.
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of
Oh, we are
ours.
creating a multiverse. Final Fantasy, the Marvel Edition. Time to create a new timeline.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, We cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Oh, it's quite big. I gotta save the world.
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Jasix tell Broody, Warrior of Light, save your lands, killed you, become good friends with you. Yep, best of chums.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
Now, this brings to mind, though, the conversation that we had with Hyland. Obviously, Fan Daniel said we couldn't change anything. That changing events in this time now won't have an effect on our time, because it'll be like a whole new timeline. But when we had a conversation with Hyland last, she mentioned to us that once everything was said and done, she would fulfill a promise that she made to someone. And again, I think it was us. Because us coming here, again, is like a loop. Our time version of us would have still met us.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Alright, calm down. Rein it in. Please don't give us side quests. I don't hate doing the side quests. Like, I like doing the side quests because it lets you know more about the area. But why is there a marker over there? Alright, so I can get back here. But I really want to know what the story's doing here. I'm engrossed. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First I need to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future. Our future. I'm deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered auras which made off with it. your eyes, you see. I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the right. Aureus. That is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I could follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poetin-Ikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Oh, that is big. That was the thing you fought here with the DPS story in Shadowbringers. Oh god, they're everywhere. Concept crystal. Ah, it's the memory storage crystal. Scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. This area's full of them. Oh, actually, hang on, Highland. I'll be back in a jiffy. Gotta go get to it first. Northeast. That's new. A Minotaur? Da, da, da. Ah, there it is. Northwest. Da, 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 up here. Ah, there it is. Free to go. Ah, right. The next one's north. Can I get there? Let's finish filling in this island at least. Really, I should be on my paladin while I'm doing this. So that I'm getting the experience from exploration. I was wondering why there was a lock there for a second, but it's because obviously I've changed class. A Pegasus. Pegasus. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I should be on my paladin, so I'm getting the exploration experience on this. And there is no way to go to the next place on this island, so that's all I'm getting here for now. Huh. Oh wait, hang on, there's one southwest. Nanny! Damn it! Can I get up there? Telemon. Those fish that swim up waterfalls, mayhap they would be able to climb more efficiently if we slim down their bodies to reduce friction. Okay. Whatever you say, mate. Well, that guy managed to get up there, so... Now. There's always one. Two to go. Wait, there's one southeast? Daddy? Maybe I can get the last ones on this island. This one's all the way up north. Maybe the last one I can't get here. Oh, they're dotted all over the place in this one. The first island are like concentrated town, these guys are everywhere. Lampito. It is finally time to test our creation's capability for flight. We mean to start from a modest height in case there are any unintended mishaps. I mean, that's still quite high up. It could still just go up. Splat. Splatooey. Hey, look, he's got the summoner things. I am a taxonomist. Ew. Demon. An artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Ethereal, such as these creatures you see here, with the names befitting their natural beauty. Huh. Do do do. Hey, what? It's gonna be up there, isn't it? The last one. Yeah, I'm not gonna get the last one till I get up there. Yeah, because I can't use this teleporter yet. Gotta have someone else use it for us. Yeah, it's definitely up there. Oh well, back we go. Ethereal. Fascinating, yes, simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. I'm not a familiar. Erato. Why, hello. You're a familiar, yes? And you've come along to survey the grounds of Elpis, have you? Very good. Well, if you've any pressing questions, do let me know. I will do my best to answer them. What do you do here? You want to know about me? How thoughtful. I am a taxonomist, employed here at Puerton Oikos. I've forgotten how Highland pronounces it. Responsible for bequeathing the creations that pass through Elpis with logical yet mellifluous names. Mine is a marvellous work. I often spend my days composing inspiring verses about flora and fauna. Some find these methods odd, I know, but the well of taxonomic creativity dries up rather quickly once you've seen 12 renditions of the same concept in different skins, let me tell you. Tell me more of this place. This is Puerton Oikos, a place where great minds come together in not only evaluate concepts, but simply but supply them with names. Maybe wondering what the name of this place itself means, to which I say many things, however. Home of those who've a way with words is likely the easiest for you to understand. We taxonomists express ourselves through nomenclature, after all. I always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. Meanwhile, the 3 peapods are just like, oh no! I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observations work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. The Azans, both mentor and student, are forced to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azam into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper. She herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid their eyes no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. Smiley face? That's my first hiccup with the audio in a while since the recent update to the wavelength. It's the first little stutter. Hasn't made the little buzz that it normally does. There it is. Speak of the devil. I don't suppose you've fared any better? The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago when I hailed the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interests require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. My time has my presence been... I'm guessing you finished the game, Quantum? Many times has my presence been requested. My opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one leads to another, wouldn't you agree? A past not yet come to pass. Venar is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it is time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Please don't give us side quests, at least until I've gotten a little bit more story. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Poitin... Do do do. Na, 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 na. You needn't be nervous around Venar. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Okay, so the people who brought about Highland were the old folks, basically. Them damn youngsters and the damn Zodiacs. Eldar's gonna come along and lay down a spank. Bad Emmett. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office and serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Tea? I like tea. Oh. To all of my children tonight.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
To all of my children, whom death has passed its judgment.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Oh, you got a long tail. Is Emmett? Are we going to tell Emmett the fact that we kicked his ass and he did? Walk free, walk free, walk free, free. The lands are so believe. Witness of her. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know what to choose here. I guess we'll start with a calamity. I mean, do we tell them about the Sundering? I mean, the reason why he has the final days, but oh man, I wish I could get a response from all of them. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
I fucking knew it. I had a feeling it was a moment that we're going to start from the beginning. Well, it was torn asunder, because you guys suck. Idle. Find Daniel. World go poop. "50 years later, still explaining story." And it's all because of you and your stupid creations. Bad people. Naughties.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale.
That's a big cup.
Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star.
Oh, that's that defeatist attitude of these creation people. You know, like, if something's not perfect, wipe the slate clean. Sorry, we can't do nothing about that.
By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility.
Hey.
Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact.
I'm here. I'm me.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
That's Emmett for you. He was desperate to bring everything back to normal in our time. He refused to accept it. In the past version of him, he has the same.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
You are driven nuts by everything.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
But you did it. Can we not show them my little stone thing? Be like, hey, seen this before? But now they wouldn't have been created yet, would they?
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
I know why. Because of this meeting.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Dummy.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Well, the first two are both a given, aren't they? Hermes and Meteor are somehow involved, but also Dynamis is key to all of this. Yeah, Dynamis is definitely the key to all of it, but I mean, it's annoying that I can't get the response for both. Because we know Hermes and Meteor are definitely going to have something to do with this. Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation.
So either response is leading to the same result.
With that settled, 'tis time for action.
Action.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion. I have a good idea of where we might begin. Oh god, fucking side quests everywhere. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. 'Cause she is mean! She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask her questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following event cannot be skipped. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes. I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Venar. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? I think we already know what kind of person he is based on our interactions with him. What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? Do you wish to know more? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I'm guessing she'll already know of the abilities, so how long has Meteion been here? Because we know obviously Meteion has the ability as an Enteleki to perceive other people's feelings, and she can speak directly to her. We like sort of perceive her. She's not like she can speak to her through her mind, but in a way that we perceive how she's doing it. It's not like she's... I don't know, she explained it herself a while ago. I cannot rightly say. As the Chief's personal creation, Meteion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. Again, it's to do with the Elpis flowers. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss with Chief Hermes. Do you wish to know him better? Chief may not be the most generous gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. Is there aught else you need during your stay? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Or if there is not. Blah 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 blah. Come, Jasix. I think we've taken enough of Hermes' time. Oh, Ishmin. You are familiar, yes, belonging to Mrs. You are familiar, yes, belonging to Mistress Vanar. You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. She's not my master. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague as being mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Timaeus. Cliff. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Falling men cannot be escaped. So, what does he wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favourite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she is a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analysing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. So, he's keeping secrets. Of course, if she came to me, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekis? Dynamis and Entelekis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since last I heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? And why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chat. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. I'm not done with you. As I said, I've work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak with me, you'll have to wait until I've finished for the day. Boo! Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling as we mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of dynamics. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues' view of Meteon and his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me, which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. There, fuck it. Wasn't sure I was going to keep going on up. Right, cool. I'm going to call it there for tonight, guys. Thanks for sticking around. I will be back again tomorrow with some more Final Fantasy XIV. Hope you've enjoyed, and I shall see you again tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you later. Peace.